of Game Jam programming stuff today with your favorite guy in the West. And contest, because I am simply just the best. It's your boy, Raleigh, coming straight at you here at Nazareth Studios with some more game design, development, programming. But before we hop into that, guys, I just want you to know, what it looks like when a baby is an accessory to somebody. See this? Straight up accessory. This isn't about having a baby. This isn't about the baby's experience. It's about this guy's experience right here. It's not about the baby. The baby is just an accessory, an item in this man's life to make him feel better about himself. But we're going to cut it right there, ladies and gentlemen, and we're going to hop straight back into the Game Jam. Okay, so for the Game Jam, we're working on a game where you play as a cloud. I know it sounds relatively weird, but the idea is that you are a cloud that is taking care of a village on your back. And not only do you play as a cloud, but you play as a protagonist named a Cloudkin. There's still a lot of things that we're working out in the game design aspect, but that's pretty much it for the time being. Okay, so there's two aspects of the game. We have this top-down view where we're running around, we're doing stuff, we're managing the village, right? But then we have, I don't know why my screen just did that. But then we also have the cloud view. Don't mind the guy in the middle right now. This is just for orientation purposes. Yesterday I was able to cultivate this, where we switch in between the cloud, which is responsible for the environmental satisfaction of the villagers, right? Making sure that we get the resources in the air, mystical chemicals that are found floating in the atmosphere. Also, at some point, we want to make it that changing the atmosphere will also change, the warmth and etc. Sitting in my corner, playing my recorder, on the border of being border with a mental disorder. But anyways, we can exit out of this menu with Q and bam, bang, bottom, boom, we back. Top-down view, ladies and gentlemen. Excellent gameplay right here. Check that out. Aren't you excited to buy this game for $500? Say less. How's it going, Empire of Birtawi? My homie Safe up in the place, trying to bless me with his grace, but he never even show his face. I can rhyme too. I can rhyme happy or a bad attitude. That was kind of bad though. Anyways, today we're going to be working on the top-down aspect of this game. We're going to be doing props. So let's go ahead. I think we're going to be doing a lot of this in beep, 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 P. So we're going to go over here into our interactive objects. Interactions. No. We actually don't want that. Force delete. We want to make a child of this bad boy right here. And we're going to call this Puff Plum Dispenser. I own a alto and soprano recorder, and I can play 2 songs in learning. I'm learning the Rick Roll British for Naders and Alphalia Walia. Oh, I have no idea what you just said there, my buddy. I have absolutely no idea what you just said there. Because I'm stupid. And we're actually going to need another one. Actually, let's make this a base dispenser. Right? Because then we can use this dispenser for anything realistically. We could even use it for... We could use it like as a chest if we wanted. Right? Alf Leia we Walia Peak Arabic song. Arabic. Dude, nothing is more peak than Sonic songs, okay? That and Jesus music. Can you do this with that song? I bet you can. You can't do that. I can do that though with the song. I can do this with this song all day long. Safe. All day long I be cheering along. But I guess I'll give you guys a little bit of a look into our discussions. So I'm in a game jam, as I've stated beforehand, with a couple of people. This is the main character, Boinky. And then this is the little village. Isn't it cute, guys? It is absolutely adorable. If I knew how to play the chords, I'd be able to enact it so much more. But I don't. I don't know how to play the chords. Now that I have an after-school job, I think I want to buy a drum kit. In the good old 75.
Look at your account. When kids start making money,
I'm sorry to hear that. R.I.P. my G.
Learn how to manage it.
And next month, I'll buy the bass drum and the cymbals. Oh, and maybe some.
R.I.P. my G. So we're gonna go ahead. We have an interaction component on this. What we're gonna have to do is.
That's good for kids and good for parents. Visit your local Chase branch and get started.
Add an interaction to it. This is my own device. So we're gonna go ahead and we're gonna click on interacted. And honestly, while we're here, let's work on those interactions today to make them a little bit more, what's the word? Cleaner. Not cleaner, because it's going to look like Garbito. Want recorder samples or Middle Eastern percussion for your game? I'd be happy to make some music for your game. We already have a composer for the game, my friend, but I appreciate your offer and I appreciate you. Safe. I appreciate you, Shafe. So what's going on? I mean, honestly, in this, I need to figure out, let's add an arrow in here so we could just have an idea as to where. Attach. So this is going to be our little widget. We're going to have to, I think, do this like 30. And we're going to actually make ourselves a little widget here. Widget. I have an idea. What if I play the composer music on my recorder? So you got a new recorder and you're stoked. That's what I'm hearing right now. Did you get a new recorder and you're stoked? Is that what's going on? We're gonna need a user widget. Interact widget. Or I guess we'll call this like widge. Or I guess we'll call it UI interact. Yes, big new recorder. That's sick. So you're in there, you're like, my name is Safe. I like to dance. I am never safe in my dance. That was a bad song. Don't mind that song. That was a bad song. But a great song at the same time. It's bad but great at the same time. You might be asking yourself, why are you so energized? Well, it's definitely not because of this. Right? The best flavor on the planet. I'm talking to you, Cole. One day you're gonna tune in. You're gonna see me sitting here talking about this, and I'm gonna let you know that this is not what's giving me the energy. It's God Almighty. Praise the Lord, Christ of Nazareth. He is great. In him I rest, and in him I'm blessed. But I don't want to really press the issue because the Holy Spirit, he pierces the soul and tissue. Can I please just play a riff on my recorder in your song? No, dude. We have a composer. God. Yeah, I'm a little hyper today. Let's just do a size. I think that's what we need here in this case. We need a size box. We need to tell it that we want it custom on screen. Then we want a border. We're gonna plop the border in here. That's gonna give this backdrop. My idea is I play what the composer composes. Wait, just a quick riff solo, even just a normal part. My idea is I play what the composer composes, as in I play, not compose. Well, that's the composer's music, and I really don't have any control over what they want to do with that music. But I can let you listen to the music if you want. He did drop something today, and I was like, hey. Well, yesterday he dropped something. See, nice and calm. Very subtle. I can see myself floating in the air, chilling, vibing, surviving. You know? This feels more like a theme song, but or not a theme song, but like a menu music. Ask if a recorder plate could get a part. That's something you'd have to talk to with the composer, and I don't feel like talking to the composer right now. So yes. Chad. I'm gonna start calling you Chad, cause all y'all straight up rad. You know what I like about my new chair? One, the pillow's nice. Like, nice. Like, oh. And two, I can sit Indian style in it if I wanted to. How? Anyways, we're gonna have a border. And within that border, we're going to have another size box, I believe. And then we're going to have another border. Another border. Odor. And that border is going to be darker. Okay, so we don't want to do that because that is the that is no bueno. However, I would like to have a width override in this bizzo. So I can have like an even size here, you know? Because right now it was doing a kind of like a funky thing, you know what I'm saying? And then in the border, we're going to have text. We're going to have text, chat. We're going to have text. We're going to align it. No.
LinkedIn
No.
is pretty amazing at helping you grow your small business. We cannot make your email response time faster. We can help you sell, market, and hire in one place.
That is not
We cannot help you find space for
what
your
I wanted.
3 desk drinks. Why do you have 3?
What? Why is
Can't help
this
you find the perfect
shifting?
volume for your presentation video. LinkedIn can help you find the perfect audience for your business. Grow your small business on LinkedIn. Learn more at linkedin.com/smallbusiness.
Oh, I can change the content. Interesting. So I'd ask, oh, rate my sample. All right, I'll rate it from 0 to 1. 1 being not that good. He's like, why you do this to me? I like it. That's a solid 0.5 out of 1. No, I'm joking. I like it. It's like a 6. It's like a 6 out of 10. But now I got to get back to my quite a bit. Still good, man. You did a good job. Keep doing it. Keep doing the thing. Can I get this size to change? Can I get this size to change? Why is everything so weird? Look, if I go like that, it'll scale. I want it to scale. Ba 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 ba. Ba ba ba. Ba ba da. Ba ba da ba ba. Ba 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 ba. Ba 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 ba. It was good, dude. I liked it. You should be proud of yourself. You know what I'm saying? Ooh. So how's your day going so far, Safe? What are you up to, man? What are you up to, my friend? There's like a area on this widget to post a nice. Maybe I need to like set this to desired. Desired on screen. It's still looking like Dookie though, you know? Got recorder, went to drum lesson, pottery lesson. I'm just trying this big recorder. Well, that's pretty cool. You're trying it out, man. The issue here is I'm like trying to do this thing and I can't see the influence that it's making on this. And I'm a little upset as to why it's doing the thing. Okay, so doing that will change it. So if I could compile and then what if I do all this and then compile? Then it just does that. What the heck, dude? The border, and then on top of that, the border. You know what it is? You know what it is, chat? It's a size box. It's a size box. It's the size box. I wonder how I can get it to like automatically. What if I do this and compile? See, it would just do that. Why can't it just look? I need some help with this thing, man. Sorry, Safe. I'm not seeing what you're spewing. Oh wait, tired is a better description than I thoroughly. You think I'm tired even after all like the talking and ba 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 I did? Maybe. Maybe it's a sign I need to take a nap. But there's no time for sleeping. But I'm a little sad because I'm like, why is it doing this stinky dinky? What if I make it small? See, even if I make it small, that doesn't help at all. How do I switch this to this? Right there. And if I click play, I just want to test that this shows up. Dang, that's massive. That's massive, man. Let's go and change the transform to 0.02. No. 1. That's still massive, man. It's still, oh, you know what it is? You know what it is, chat? I gotta 0.25, 0.25. So I need to do this, and then I need to actually take the where is it? Volumetric cloud. Spawn manager pickup, that's not it. Where's the other one? This is kind of making me mad low-key. And I feel like you're just off. I don't know how to explain it. I feel like I need a break. Oh wait, tired? Is it better just... Oh, that's understandable, man. If you need a break from me, I get it. I'm annoying. You know, want to break my heart like that? It's okay. It's okay, dude. You just go do your thing, you know? I'm joking, by the way. You know, like, if you're tired, you should go to bed and chillax around you. So, even if I do that, like my thing
I'm
is
Steve
I
Ballmer,
can't
former Microsoft CEO and
force
a
load. There we
basketball
go.
fanatic. But more than anything, I'm a data guy. That's why I created USA Facts, to bring you unbiased
it.
and nonpartisan government data on issues impacting
Where the
lives
heck?
of Americans. I'll share.
He looks so depressed. No, I meant you need a break. Maybe. But I got to do a game jam, man. I got, you know, I got family and I got a kid. I gotta test this out too. It's like no matter what I do. Let's go over here to the interactors and then do this again. It's still massive. It's still massive, man. There's nothing I can do to change it. Shad. There's nothing I can do to change it. There's nothing I can do. I can't delete any. What's going on? Maybe it's because of that thing there. If I do that, nope, that don't fix nothing. What does Game Jam do with this? It means I can't take a break, dude. I don't know. Maybe I'm just on fire for the Lord today, and I was just praising Christ of Nazareth. I think that might be getting your skin bubbling a little bit. I don't know. I don't know. Because I'm feeling pretty good this morning. I'm just trying to figure out why this will not change. And it's driving me mad. Some would say insane. Ah, you know what it is? Is on here, I need to change it on the base. I need to change it on the base, and I think that might actually do what I wanted to do. I was like, why can't I delete this? And then I remember that's the child object. You can't do that with the child objects. You have to change the parent of the object. Eventually I'll have to make it so like where whatever this is like turned at, it'll do that. But yeah, if I click play, it's like right there. I just need it to, you know, scale correctly. And that's my problem with the widgets in Unreal Engine. Is I can never get them to scale appropriately. We all do. Yeah. It's alright, man. You're not feeling too hyped right now. I get it. You don't gotta be all mean to me. Like, come on, dude. Kinda hurt my feelings right now. There we go. The only annoying part is that it doesn't give the borders that I want, which is like the most annoying part. See, like if I were to change this to here, this is the type of look we're getting now. If I go to border or text and then set this in the middle, compile, save, it's back in the middle, but we need to find a way to but see, check that out. It's like, how do I get this thing to work? And the best way to do that is to do this height and change that until we get a look we like. That's the easiest way I can see this working. There's got to be some maths involved with this, but I'm not gonna like go heavy on the maths. You know what I'm saying, man? Custom on screen desired. Desired on screen desired.
Introducing
I mean,
a
this
revolutionary
kind of
experience
looks
for
a little bit
developers.
more like
A great sleep score.
what we
Azure
have
DevOps and Defender for Cloud catch security
in the
issues,
sense of
so
like
you can catch
this.
more
And
Z's.
I mean this sincerely. You don't gotta be energetic, but I mean this like Paul, go take a nap. You know, I don't want to take a nap. I want to take nap. I don't want to take a nap.
It's always
No.
a pursuit of trying to figure the game out. I'm always focused on my preparation.
Yeah, look at that. Look at that up in the B.
I'm very
Look
particular
at
with my
that.
equipment needs to perform.
Look at that, chat.
You
You're
have
just
to keep
jealous,
evolving, you have to keep
Faith.
adapting,
You're just
you have to keep
jealous.
trying to get better, because if you sit still, you're gonna get passed by.
You're just jealous, dude.
Getting on top is difficult.
So jealous.
Staying on top
Ridiculous.
is harder. To truly innovate, you have to take on risk.
You got to take
have
on
to have
risk,
the
big
courage
boy.
To take on
Big
a
buddy.
new future.
You
knowing
gotta
there's
take a
chance
risk.
We do fail.
Base, up in this place. All right.
I'm sure this story's ever been before.
Let's see. So now what we need to do, guys, is we need to, because this is the base.
I've
Right.
always had a profound passion for golf equipment.
Okay.
I grew up playing TaylorMade.
Look at
And
what
so
I get.
I can tell a story about every single one of them.
This guy over here talking about golf. Golf is cool. But talking about it, man, come on. So I have on this interaction component an on-site and out-of-site. So what we're gonna do is on event begin play is we're gonna take this widget here and we're gonna hide it. New hidden. I don't know what. Hide widget. On site. So now when we click play or we do this, I'm hoping, yeah. And just like that, ladies and gentlemen, we now have interactions looking a little bit more decent, just because what we're doing at this point is we're giving the player a feedback loop that'll make them recognize, like, hey, this thing is interactable. Boop-a-doop-a-doop-a-doo. Oh, I can interact with this. Press E, press Q, and just like that. Okay, let's go ahead and revision control. Let's submit changes. I want you to take some care of yourself. Stop gaslighting me to think I need to rest. I had plenty of sleep last night. Come on, you. I'm not tired. But this towel on my chair is giving me a wedgie. That's the only thing that's messing with me right now. There we are. Added a UI to indicate an interactive object is interactable. Force load. There we go. Boom. Okay, cool. So what we're going to do now that we have that, hide interaction widget. Show interaction widget. So now what we need to do in this dispenser is we need to let's do that because we want to make this. I can never have enough. Asleep? Yeah, I suppose. But yeah, in here we have an on interacted, so right. Essentially, praise the Lord, I was able to cultivate this interaction plugin quite a bit back, so it's usable for this project. Saves us time, right? And what I actually meant to do was come over here and place this bad boy down. Oh. And then click what? End. Okay, so when we interact with it, now we're getting this. So we're gonna want a couple of things. Let's think how we're gonna make the plot work. To plant a seed down a plot. Matured, and the player or villager has harvested the plot, harvested the plant, the plot disappears. You know, this is a pretty sick song, guys. I would respect the song. So with that being said, we do need a day and night system. And I forget if we're able to use why not just add onto pre-existing songs, because that's a form of copyright. And it's not like, I don't know. There's people that do that, but I mean, I do when I'm like jamming to a song in my head. I mean, I guess you could do it, but you can't sell it, right? Players. I mean, songs are composer made. I don't know. Look, I understand that you maybe want to be a part of the game jam on the team, but we already have someone that has a composer. I know that might be a little hard for you to hear, but that's just how it is, buddy. I'm sorry. I already have a team. And it would be disrespectful for me to just come in and be like, "Oh, I'm switching you." You know? Especially if they've already made something and have contributed to the team. So, you know, I am letting that person handle that field explicitly. They show me things, I give feedback, that's it. Other than that, I trust what they compose and what they make, and I want to leave the decisions of what those things are in that field up to them. Because I trust them. I want to trust them to do the job. I need to look over the rules of this game jam. Oh, no, I don't mean that. What do you mean, bro? Bro? Whoa, that was a weird bro. It was like echoey, reverby. What the heck, dude? About the jam. Reviews. Is complete or not completed? I guess it would be fine for us, but I mean, like, if they want aid, I could just play as in the "Hey, write the music. I'm merely an instrument holder." If that makes sense. If it's not that okay. No, I get what you're saying, but what I'm getting at is that's completely up to them, right? And honestly, I feel like when I have a discussion like that, we're in a game jam, we have a couple of more days to work on this, I feel like it's just extra noise in the air. And it's something I have to think about when I just want to think about making this game. I don't want to necessarily think about finding someone else to help with that aspect. Does that make sense? So, what we're gonna have to do is make let's just make a plot. And what we're gonna do is we're going to create a child, and we're gonna call this VP Interactive Base Plot. So we all have all of our bases here. And I guess maybe I should even call this like a farming plot. Farming plot. And that's because this static mesh is going to get replaced with I mean, I guess we could scrunch it. 0.2 or something, just to have like some weight to it, and then we can add another static mesh component. And I can make this a circle. Compile. Plant. For the plant, I guess for the purposes of this, what we'll do is we'll just make it super easy, cheeky, almost. But we are gonna have to have some form of time included in the game, and I'm not too excited about doing that. We're gonna do a array. Okay. Plant stages, and what we're gonna do in this array, which we've already made, is we're going to compile, save, and we are going to add, I guess, 3 stages.
Daily cash back on everyday purchases wherever they shop. This means you could be earning daily cash on just about anything, like a slice of pizza from your local pizza place or a latte from the corner coffee shop. Apply for Apple Card in the Wallet app to see your credit.
I guess we'll do like a square.
Subject to credit approval. Apple Card issued
Or we
by
could
Goldman
just
Sachs
change like the
USA,
literal
Salt Lake City branch.
size
Terms and more at applecard.com.
of it. That's what we can do for now. We'll just do like a sphere. Sphere! Alright then, Paul, it's totally fine by me. I just kindly hope you inform your composer that there's a recorder player as an option. I get what you mean. Yeah, I can let him know. That's interesting that it's based primarily off of what so the idea is that like maybe we start it like down here but like 0.1, right? And then as it gets bigger, we'll like honestly, that means we could do like a vector here. And I'm trying to figure out how to do this. Let's just make a freaking thing. Data. New folder. Plant. Data. And we're just gonna do like a struct. Structure. St struct underscore plant transform data. Why is he called Nazareth? Nazareth? And it's spelled Nazareth, Nazareth. I believe, sorry. Nazareth. So my studio is called Nazareth in inspiration to Nazareth. But Jesus Christ is from Nazareth, which is why he's called Jesus Christ of Nazareth. Peter refers to him as this in Acts. I believe the first chapter as well. I forget what verse. But that's why he's called Nazareth. Jesus Christ of Nazareth, because we're specifically referring to Jesus, the Messiah of Nazareth. Jesus, Messiah of Nazareth. Alright. Because there's only one Messiah from that area. There's been a lot of people to claim themselves to be Messiah. Nazareth, yeah, with an E. Anyways, scale. This is going to be a vector. Plant scale. And then we're going to have another variable. Plant transform. So what we do here is we're gonna make a T-map or we could do an array, but struct underscore plant transform data, and we are going to just call this plant stages. And we are going to, and this is just, obviously I do this a little different in a thing, but once we hit compile, we could add these, and now I can kind of go in the viewport here and say, well, at the beginning, this is our location. Let's copy. Paste this. It's actually kind of a good idea to locate. And then the plant scale is going to be copied. And then we're going to paste this into here. And what we're going to do is over time, we're going to iterate into each one of these. And then once it's at the last maturity, it's harvestable. So this is just a really rinky-dink way of doing this. And now I can come up here and I can change the scale to whatever I want it to be.
It knows the life cycle of a frog. And it can even write a poem, pirate style. Yarr! But it knows nothing about your work. Slackbot is different. It doesn't just know the facts. It knows what you're working on, who you're working with, and what's due when. Because Slackbot isn't just another AI. It's AI that knows your work as well as you do. Visit slack.com/meet/slackbot.
So now in the plant stage, I can go like this, and I can copy the scale, and then paste it, and then, oh, I can't listen to this. They try to get me. They tried to get me, dude. But yeah, let's get the location copied, plant stage. Location is going to be here, paste. And then for the final one, we'll just do like 100 and then do 0.5. I believe that's it. So event graph, we're gonna have to have some way to differentiate between the time. Wait, why is your profile Nazareth Studio? Because that's my LLC company. I have an actual company that I paid for in America called Nazareth Studios, and it's a game development company, and yeah. That's why it's called that, man. It's my game studio. Well, not mine. It's the Lord's, but he's allowing me to, you know. He's gracefully allowing me to run it. Although, I do not run it well. Not as well as our Lord probably would like it. But the idea is that we would just loop through here on every single stage, find out what stage we're at, and then we go to the next stage. Probably not even loop. But at the beginning, we're definitely want to get a reference to the first stage. And we're going to want to get actor transform. Or set actor transform. And the reason why we're going to do a transform is because it allows us to do two things. And we can come over here and we can break this struct so that we get access to all this information, and then we can just do that. Right? So at the beginning of the game, we're going to, or at the beginning of its placement, we're going to set it to that very first thing. And you'll see that here when we look at it. Here it is right now, but when we do it, it's going to send it back to its original state. So let's go ahead and go to interactive objects. We're going to put this here. And when we click play, it should. Ah, you know what it was? I made a boo-boo. We don't want that. We want the plant. Set. Transform. So we could set scale. World transform. We did it for the entirety of the actor, when realistically we're only going to want it for the plant. Now when we do that, you'll see that oh, that's lame. That is lame. When the Lord is in control, the game is a 10 out of 10, no doubt. Even higher, unfathomably higher.
Impact. We're ready to help. Introducing Walden Wayfinder, a new way to pursue your bachelor's degree. Guided by Walden
Nazareth.
University.
I don't believe Nazareth
Comprehensive career
exists
planning and
anymore.
Personalized one-on-one guidance from advisors dedicated to helping you reach your goals. Wayfinder helps you find your way from start to finish because the world is ready for your impact. Learn more at waldenu.edu/wayfinder. Walden University. Set a course for change.
Certified to operate by
Okay, so the issue here now is that this location doesn't take into consideration the location of said thing. So I have to actually take this transform. I guess I could do set relative. Let's try this first. Let's try this first before we go ahead and make a custom thingamabab. Yep. And there it is. Set beginning state of planning. And then after we've done that, we need to do some form of tick. But I think what we're gonna do is create just a variable on here that controls like the life cycle of a plant. This is gonna be how long it takes for a plant to grow. So now we have that. We're gonna make this a float, and it's not gonna be an array, it's gonna be single. Chase Lee would love this content right now, say. He would love it because it has BPs. These lands did Studio Arise, KY Studio Arise. You doing that just to spite me? Just to spite me. Anyways, regardless, plant life. So we're gonna have our plant life, and essentially we need to convert this to seconds. I do have experience working with time, but not a whole lot. Is there anything in here? Time. Accumulated time. Frame time. A shoe. A shoe. Let's look at some stuff online. I could use a timeline. I already copyrighted it. You gotta add a key here. My issue is trying to figure out how to is to figure out how to influence this, like with some type of data. Which I wonder, can you do that? I believe you can do that in the... We can get rid of the structs. Life cycle. cycle. Right now it's got a length, I believe.
Now's
Yeah,
your
see, it goes
moment
to
to
5.
go farther. During
The
Toyota's
length.
Perfect Timing Sales Event, get into a fuel-efficient new
Clear.
Toyota with great offers and make every mile count.
Every
Choose an
mile
all-hybrid
count.
Camry with incredible.
Choose high performing Camry. Just to spite me, you would do that. I haven't worked with timelines before, so I'm a little confused on how these bad boys. What do you usually do to cure tummy aches? There's a marvelous thing here called Tums. Or Pepto-Bismol. Or you could just go use the bathroom. That's another natural way of handling a tummy ache. Alright guys, we're gonna do a thing. We're gonna YouTube this. How to work with timelines in UE5.
Timelines are an incredibly useful tool inside of
28 minutes.
They give you the ability to quickly and easily add animated behavior to a variety of things. While they're primarily meant to be used for simple animations, they are useful
for other things.
Settings, and this is where we're going to add curves and other things of Blueprint and Flow Track. You're going to see it now outputs 2 floats. Let's click on this and delete this for now. And what we're going to do is we're going to add some keyframes to this flow track. So I'm going to right click right here. We're going to click add key to curve float _0. And then you'll see we get these values up here. We can set the time. So I'm going to set it to 0, 0 for this first keyframe. And then I'm going to right click and add another keyframe. And I'm going to set the time to 1 and the value to 1. And that didn't work for some reason. There we go. And you're going to see it goes off screen here. So we can scroll to zoom in and out, and we can right click, hold, and drag to pan around. Now, if we want to fit this perfectly to the screen, we have these 2 buttons here. We have zoom to fit horizontal and zoom to fit vertical, and now the curve is fit perfectly on the screen.
Okay, cool.
So this will do pretty much what you probably
Tums, I've heard of Tums once in a YouTube video, but that's it. Yeah, Tums are great, dude.
And output values ranging from 0 to 1 over that second.
But if
now,
you got to take a poopy,
at the moment, the length of our timeline is actually set to 5. So this would actually play for 5 seconds. It would get to 1, and then it would just sit there until it gets to 5 seconds. Let's change the length of our timeline down to 1.
How do I influence the length, though?
Each one of these from 0 to 1. Now, you might also notice that we have this finished pin here, and I'm sure you can guess what this does. It's going to run when the timeline finishes. So if I go in here and I do a print determine.
You're 1 sentence away from launching your website with Base 44. Since the beginning of the internet, there's never been such a fun, fast,
Since the beginning of the internet,
and there are
there's
a lot
never
of
been a
scenarios
way.
where doing this as opposed to autoplay is much more useful. Although we're using begin play here, you may not want your timeline to just run at the beginning. You may want to trigger it at some point down the line in your game. So that's why these pins are super useful.
Okay.
And you might be wondering, what is play from start and what's the difference between it and play? Well, again, we'll demonstrate.
Play from start, you can stop it and then play it
we're going to take a
again.
look at that in just a second. But before we move on to creating all the examples in the level, I just want to show you a few more of these settings up here. So we saw autoplay, and we also have a loop, which again will do exactly what you expect. It's just going to loop over and over and over again, and this is incredibly useful in a lot of the tick rate in the left into what the different tick groups are. Case, for example, I'm turning over what they're all pretty self-explanatory. You'll see that it lerps over those values. And aside from vector, select one, you can click delete, but it now, as far as I know, so we have our float, our vector, our color, and then that event track. And we can add more than one of each of these. I could go in and add another event track. And you'll see
I just want to
typically
influence
I'm
the
supposed to be
length.
able to go again.
I
Now
believe
it's
that's
added.
only
So
doable
let's-
via C++.
let's real quick go into the content browser. I'm just going to add some keyframes. You're going to see we have those keys in here, but we can't actually edit them directly in here. In order to edit them, we have to go to the curve asset that we created. I'm not going to go through all of them, but basically all of these pins, we can
So I can get this and I can set timeline length. So if I do 5, or let's do 1, I'm testing things for testing purposes. When this finishes, we're just gonna print hello or timeline finished. Click compile, drag this over here, click play, and timeline finished instantly. So this would be, what is that? Is 10 equivalent to a second? Or a minute in game? We gotta look that conversion up. Conversion of timeline length to minutes. I don't know. So essentially I need to do a bunch of multiplication. Because if I were to divide this by, let's say, 60, which I don't want to do. That's 60. Which in this case, if we take a calculator and we were to say, I don't know, 10 divided by 60. Would I divide that? No, I multiply. Multiply by 60. So this would just be 600. That would be something else. That should be 30. See? UV5. So I could set the play rate of this. Play rate. Set play rate. So I can make this essentially a, if I go in here and I make this a 1 second long thing, I have this, and then I have, come on, buddy. Let's track an event. Delete. Let's just delete all the things. Track, event, life, cycle, event. And then if I add a key, 0, add another key, 0.5, and then add another key, because we don't really care about like a curvature here. I just care about hitting these events and then shifting it. To plant next stage. Right. And if I was to play from start, I think this would run relatively quickly. Okay, so that does work. That's nice. So let's go ahead and set the play rate of this. And the conversion rate is here. Desired minutes times 60. So this could be plant life minutes. Right, so let's say I wanted it to take 10 minutes. We would take that 10 minutes. We would essentially we would divide. So it looks like we're dividing the minutes times 60. And then we would divide that by 1. Which is weird. So if I were to say 10 times 60, 600, then divided by 1. I mean, I guess that's 600 seconds. I guess that would be it right there. And then divide 1 by your desired and then set the new play rate. And that should take exactly 1 minute. Let's do an alarm. So I'm going to click play and then click this. Wait. Okay, it's going to say plant next stage. So once it hits about 30, we should see the next plant stage. We're at 40 seconds now, guys. Actually, I'll put this over here just for your reference. So around 30, we should see this hit. Okay, so yeah, right around 30 it hits. And then we have 22. So by the time it hits 0, we'll get the final life stage. And it'll reach full maturity. And then once the timer has ended, we can essentially use the timer to switch to the next stage. And once it's fully stopped, we can, do the thing. So with that being said, we've pretty much ironed out this. I'm learning the ways to play sounds on recorder. That's cool, man. Good job. Let's go back to playing some music. Okay, so now with that being said, we have the stages here, which can be used to grow plant, or next plant stage. All right. I can't see any other way around this. I'm gonna just do a current plant stage. So at the beginning, we're gonna set this, and then we're going to set current plant stage. Nope. Exponentially set plant stage. We're going to set the plant stage, and then we're going to go ahead and do a little shin bob here. Play from start. Then we're going to have a life cycle. Paul, if you for some reason became a tree tomorrow, what would you do? I would just sit there. I would be a tree. You would photosynthesis. Well, my answer encapsulates all those things. Let's get rid of this. Go ahead and do that. And then once we finished, we can say that we've reached maturity. This a bowl. We'll make this a bowl, and we'll set this to true. We'll set this to true. And essentially what we're gonna do here, because I think it's better that we run this on a timeline instead of every tick. We're a tree. What would you think about? Dude, I would go insane. I have ADHD. I have to move. I have to be doing something. If I'm just stuck there like this, I would go insane. I would turn into a decrepit, disgusting tree because of all the freaking things I would be thinking of. But now that you mention it, I guess that articulates how wise the trees would be if that was truly the case. But anyways, we're going to go over here and we're going to create these things. We're going to overwrite these. And what we're going to do, because if you remember correctly, in the base dispenser or in the base class of this, we've set this here. What we're going to do is something a little bit similar. And we are going to essentially grab this, and on site we're going to check for maturity. Sorry, we're going to get this, and because we don't want people to interact with this prior to that, we'll have to do some more things because the interaction can't start until then. I agree, it's hell. Just stand and think, dude. Come on. Come on. We don't really need to worry about overriding the on-site aspect. you know, but the idea is if it's reached full maturity, then we can do that. But regardless. So we're gonna get a reference to, so the way I've stated this is the stages, beginning, stages equal 0 equals and this is for like a 3-stage thing, right? So we can't actually use this. We have to subtract 1 from here because this is going to be like so if the current stage, right? If this current stage is 1, we're gonna want this is gonna be 0, but that's the first stage. Second stage, third stage, right? To access these, we need to use 0, 1, or 2. So if we're in the 0 stage, we're in the first stage. If there's 0 element, we're the first stage. So we take the current plant stage, and then we minus 1. There's a math way to do this. It's very simple, but my brain is not burning. It's very simple. It's very, 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 very simple. Shall use it to explore life. Busted. I don't want to think about that. If that happened, I'd just be done. I'd be dead. I wouldn't even be thinking. I'd be gone. I'd be with the Lord. I'd be chilling in the clouds. I'd be feeling proud. But yeah, if I'm at 1, yeah, I'm just subtract. The only issue here is if I'm at 1, I want to go to 2. Right? I want to go to the second stage. Right? If I'm at the second stage, I want to go to the third stage. So typically you would just say, oh, take the stage, you know, add 1. We would just add 1. So in order to do that, I have to make this 0. I don't know if that communicates the concept well enough, but the idea is that when we reach the next stage, we want to break the struct and essentially do what we did last time, which is go over here and set the plant stage. A very simple, very easy system, especially if we're not using like the time, because we could go and make like a world night time system, but we don't have that in place right now. So what we're going to do is we're going to lean on this system. That's going to take a lot of time to make, right? Oh, what if tomorrow you lost like your whole closet? You wake up and you like no closet exists anymore. I'd be like, well, I wouldn't know what to do. I just have to lean on the Lord. I'd probably go to the church and go hang out and just be like, I lost everything.
Kind of acting like
all my work
you used to crush
gone.
it in school, outsmarting opponents on the field.
And then I'd
now,
probably go be homeless
well,
and live on the street
not
for a
exactly
bit and
challenging yourself. You could be advancing
starve
nuclear
myself
engineering in the world's most powerful navy.
because I was
You were
depressed.
born for it, so make the smart choice. You can be smart, or you can be nuke smart. Become a nuclear
So I
engineer
think
at
I don't even need this because
navy.com/nukestart.
this just occurs
America's
automatically.
Navy, forged by the sea.
Right? Like if I click compile and that's going to set it to the second stage regardless. So the best thing I could do is get rid of this stage. And then actually go back here. Put this back, and then I have to go in here and then get rid of this. Yeah, man, there's a lot in here. There's a lot of stuff I have in here. Like, a lot of my work is based on stuff in the closet, you know? Like, I have my computer in here. So this would be a dispensary to get this. Oh no, it works still. I can't stand here and wait. I need some messages. I mean, there will be a visual thing. Low key, our religion put aside, we would both pray to God to have our clauses back. Yeah. Yeah, that is true. Oh, it changed. Ba-ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Ba-ba-da-ba-ba. We gotta wait here for... I mean, I could do this. This is where we just wait around, guys. And we would just wait. We would just wait. So the current stage is at 0. So yeah, we're getting the second value here. Ah. Stupid. 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 We also have to do this. Iterate. Paulo Key, what is your favorite word? I don't know. I don't have a favorite word. It's got to do something with God. It is 2 words. You're like those shows where they're like, 3 words. Get out of my house. And they're like, that was 5 words. There we go. But I feel like you just made that up because you're like, what's the longest word? You're like, what's the longest word? And that'll be my favorite word. The most difficult word to say. And that's why you chose that word. And I look like a guy who's heavy and high. I gotta fix this too. Oh, now it's harvestable. Okay, so that works. We're finished with that part. Now we need to figure out the whole, like, this thing here. I thought I overrode this, but I might have to actually go into the thing and into the parent class and do something. So I need to go in here, and instead of doing this explicitly, I need to make a function on site, right? Compile this, and then would do this, I believe, right? Event graph, and then we would essentially just call this. Out of sight. So this is still going to work, right? But now that we've done this in the base class, I should be able to go into the child class. And what I would do at this point is take this, copy it, delete it, right? Because I would no longer need this. I would want to override the onsite. And instead of calling its parent, we are going to be calling our own here. Right. And I believe this should work. And as you can see, hippopotamonous-equipped-dolophobia. Hippopotamus. Reminds me of the movie Big Daddy. Have you ever seen it? Where he goes, hippopotamus. Daniel, you'll give him all the easy ones. The guys. Oh man, that one makes me laugh so much. Makes me laugh so much. The only issue that we're gonna have here is that and you'll see this once we hit the next stage. I don't know if this is automatically going to show, and I don't know if this updates every tick on the interacting object, right? But once it hits, we're going to leave here, because once it hits the next stage, it's going to be matured. So obviously the icon above it is going to be accessible for the person to do the thing, right? Oh, it already happened. But yeah, see here? But if I come back and do that, it'll update again. So we need to figure out because this on-site event only gets called when it's the first time it happens. I don't want to do it every second. So there needs to be some way to refresh the site in here, in the interaction plugin that I've created. That is mine. That takes inspiration from other code, yes, but in the interactor component, that was a downright horrendous attempt. Ain't seen it. Ain't seen nothing. Don't talk to me that way, first of all. Second of all, this is my house. Or my house. You be nice to me. You be nice to me. This is the interactor component, so we should have like on-site in here. No, that's in the interaction component. OBS Center. Ah, right here. Ding 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 ding. Ding ding. Ding ding. Ding 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 ding. Ding ding. Ding ding ding. Ding 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 ding. I could literally just do a cheap little trick here, avoid and just be like refresh manually. I can literally do this right here. Actually, I think I could even do it here in the event graph. Maybe if I were to on site, there's this add event on site. So we got assign on in site, assign on out of site. So we can assign things. I don't know if this overrides. I don't know if this overrides that. Blueprint callable too. Blueprint assignable. So I actually need to call this blueprint callable. Not bull. Blueprint callable. So we're gonna go ahead and save and then refresh the project. This will make it callable. So I could just call it there and say, oh, should I quit video games? Like playing them? I mean, if you're playing them a lot, I suggest you know, all things in good measure, right? But I would say you need to specifically quit playing video games. I feel like that would be a little bit too much. Little feller. But now I could take this and say call on out of sight. No, 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 what I wanted. That's not what I wanted. Don't play them at all. I just can't decide between never play or rarely play. I don't really care if I quit. I'm totally fine. I mean, then just don't play until you feel like playing a game, bro. You know? I feel like you're making it a little bit too difficult. When I jump, I tell my friends to stop. I'm beating people up, it looks like, on insight. So now we can call this here. And essentially what this will do, I believe, is refresh. It'll refresh the on-site function there to plop it up. So let's go ahead and see if we've done did a thing here. So we gotta wait through all the stages. I haven't felt like playing video games since the big 23. You mean the year 23 or since your age of 23? And we've gone to the next stage And honestly, just for the purpose of this test, let's remove this breakpoint here, because I really want to test it at its, you know, like, just raw input. So once it hits its third stage, it should be, yeah, that's what I was thinking, either the year 23 or the age of 23. But yeah, look, it's there again. Woo! Okay, so we could get rid of that, and then in the yeah, we don't have anything for the interaction of this guy. So when we interact with this plot, we want to do some things. One, we want to there's a couple things we want to do. This would be a couple stages. Thought in the past you knew. Well, I knew, but you never know. People come in here and say their ages and stuff like that. Anyways, so one thing we're going to want to do when we interact is we're going to want to add this to something on the player or in the world to indicate that right, but for now, what we're going to do is we're going to get our Nazareth pulling system, and we're going to return object to pool. And so. I don't know if in here we handle, like, we do. This will automatically handle it if it's already created. So what we're gonna do is just click play and see what happens. So. We're probably going to have to change the growth or the way we grow it once we get NPC villagers in and etc. Yeah, it handles removing it. Farming plot is still active. Okay, cool. So now we need to make like a zone or something. VP zone base. So we're going to make a base zone for these objects. And we're gonna add a zone. We're going to need that to move it around in the world. However, not necessarily. Let's go ahead and make it that. Actually, we are going to need that to put it up a bit. Pile that there, we can go back into perspective. So Paul, I don't know, do I just not play because I don't feel like it? I don't feel like anything. Yeah, dude, don't play. You're making it complicated, bro. I'm gonna use the restroom. I'll be right back. And we saw how this is, so we need to call you do pottery? Well, then maybe that's what you should do. should play music and work on pottery. Myself, I can goof off like the mask I wear is off and I'm just free. Be free to be thee. It's alright to wear them. It's not, I wouldn't consider it a mask. You know, when you're acting differently when you're around other people, right? Like it's part of being respectable. Albeit I'm trying to think. Obviously, like when we're in the zone, you can only place a plot. So I guess right now what we need to do is, now that we have that zone base like curated, multifaceted and complex we are, and what we see in the world is a reflection of ourselves. Kind of, we are the eyes that see the world, and how we aren't one thing, but it's an abstract sculpture. So essentially, in some way, a sculpture that takes in consideration the perceptions of other people when they look at it. Like a deformed face almost. That looks like it's glitching out because there's so many perceptions about it. And the funny part is you can make an item or an art. Oh, it's how you see yourself. True. So we gotta get away from this whole zone thing, because right now we don't even know how to place a plot. The game doesn't know how to place a plot. Like, I go over here, this is finished, I press E on it, right, to collect it, and just for the sake of my sanity, sanity, let's go ahead and change, I don't even think plot. Yeah, for my sanity, we'll just do that. Me. What my thing is, for sometimes... So that bug right there is going to be a bug with the interaction system that I'm not going to like focus on too much, but essentially it's the order of operations when we're doing when we're getting this or gathering it, we store that current object. So what we would do is essentially in here, can we store? Store, we don't, that's not. And it really should be. Even though I know I've made it probably protected for the case of I don't want people to just go and do stuff, but we're gonna actually make this a U function, blueprint callable, not a blueprint pure, callable. Okay, thank you. And it's not a getter function, it's a setter. So we're gonna save this, and then we're going to refresh, because when we call the on-site, we need to also store that current thing as well. For sometimes we are what we see, and the mouth isn't there because a lot of our personality can't share. We hide ourselves, put on a mask for Tohirs, which hides parts of ourselves, even from us, which is what my thing is about. That's pretty cool. So what we do now is we get this and we say store current. That's interesting. Store current object should be store Nani? That's gotta be a mistake. It's blueprint callable. We're getting a lot of things. We don't really call a lot of things. I mean, this is even public too, so we should be able to just call it. Or even call like use item. Like if I go out here like use item. Where would I put that? Not my thing. Content controllers BP. Regardless. Store current. I think at this point I would be making it a little over. Multicast. 1 param. View interactor component. And even if I were to do this, it would... Are you doing, is that a dancing mode? What is that? What is that over there? The only issue with that is if I do that, it's not going to work as intended. Like, at all. It's not going to work as intended. It's not going to work as intended. Yeah. So what I need to do is go in here and delete these and just go back to my interaction component in here and then get rid of that and then get rid of that. Because even if I put an actor in there, right now I'm specifically calling it from the interaction component. And the thing about that is I would have to then feed an actor or an interactor into it. On the themes? Themes of what? Your sculpture? I think it's a really good intuitive sculpture. I like it. I like the idea. So when I call this that is honest, man. I would not lie about that just for the memes. If I didn't like it, I'd have a problem with it. You know me, I love to give a critique. Gets me in trouble a lot because I'm opinionated. But with that being said, I do want to figure out how I'm gonna store this current object when I call it on site. And with that being said, I'd have to get the Cloudkin. Get all actors of class, and I'd have to say, you know, Cloudkin, or get actor of class, Cloudkin. This would definitely have to be changed if we were doing like multiplayer. Cloudkin, get component. And then we would get the BP interactor or the interactor component, and we would have to see, is this valid? If it is valid, right, we're gonna actually go ahead, reroute this so it's a little cleaner, and tell the thing to store current object. And what we would do is we'd say self, and we would store this. So the reason I do that is because right now when we call on site, we're not really feeding the interacting system something for it to interact with. But now we are. So that issue where if you're looking at it when it doesn't store it, is now fixed. So let's go ahead and refreshes widget and allows player to interact with the plot immediately once it's finished growing. So that's just a little bug that we didn't have to fix at the moment. So yeah, I know how that feels too, buddy. Similar. Life cycle timeline. Life cycle setup. So when we pick it up, we're gonna have to do something. We're gonna have to do more than just we're gonna have to have an inventory. Yeah, I feel the same way, buddy. I feel the same way. Thinking about what you're saying, and I'm like, yep, I understand completely how you feel. It's kind of sad. You want to be able to... You want to be able to... It's hard to explain. But in the simplest way I can explain it, you know, winning is a blessing, and I want to, like, thank God for those blessings, but sometimes we just don't even see them because we just don't. We're so hyper focused on something else that it, you know, but yeah. It is what it is. Hold up, guys. Alright, I'm back. But yeah, we're gonna have to figure out a way, and we're gonna need an inventory system of some sorts, I believe. Or we just have them hold one thing at a time. We have them hold one thing at a time. Hold one thing at a time. So we'll just make a simple, quick inventory system. That's what I'm gonna do. In here, I'm not gonna do anything too complex. Or I'm thinking like 3. I don't know how to explain this. I know seeing my failures and I feel quite bad about but when I see my wins I go like, okay. Yeah. Similar. Although the bad stuff is kind of dwindling, but let's make an actor component here. For the player to pick up items, they will need an inventory. For MVP, we could just limit a pickup to 1 item. This removes this immensely especially if the player trying to mitigate their time between piloting the cloud and sustaining the village. Inventory slots. We'll do the amount of items a NPC or player can carry at once. And then for player, you know, we'll do a table here. Table. We're gonna go inventory or personnel. How do you say personnel? inventory slot. We'll do player, we'll give him 3, and then the juror will give him 1. And let's go ahead and I want to take this and then center it. No! Okay, that's good to know, but I want to center this bad boy. Let me center you! Let me center you! Come on, baby. Come on, baby. Come on, baby. I guess there's no way to set this in the middle. A div. I don't know what a div. The amount of items an NPC or player can carry at one time. So we need, how the heck do I get under this bad boy? Thank you. What can be carried? Farm. Food. For the purposes of the demo, MVP. So in my updates, what did I do today? Did I add anything at the beginning, guys? I don't believe I did. Copy block, updates. Each one, 4:17. I'll get right to you in a second. I'm just like documenting these things really quick. Picking up items. Let's just add it. Inventory. Add inventory for the purpose of picking up items and placing them, or possibly using them. So, Lord have mercy, Lord. a little sad it's not working at the moment because I've gone and I think it's because I moved them. Oh, you know what it is I removed the interaction. Burpee, burpee, derp, derp, burp. I'm like, why doesn't work anymore, dude? Just doesn't know what to do. It's like my mind recognizes it good, but I'm like emotionally circuitry and like rookie. We're all rookies, man. If you look at yourself as a rookie all the time, no matter what, you always have room to grow, but I get you completely. You want to feel like you've at least mastered something at some point, right? So if that's how you want to feel, then that's how you feel. But I think at the same time, the ideology that you're carrying with you keeps you humble and allows you to grow further than you could possibly imagine. So I wouldn't let it get to you too much, brother. When I jump in, I beat them up and I take this stuff and tell them no. And they're getting mad at me because I love Jesus Christ of Nazareth. He's the best and a place to rest. I meant to say perfect place to rest. And I bet it, and then they get so dang mad. So I need a struct data. Let's go ahead and make a struct. Structure. Struct. Inventory. Slot. Carried actors. So we're gonna have a carry actor tooltip. The actor that is being carried used to spawn when held. Alright, and since we are also going to be including inventories, we also need to update we're gonna also have to update this for inventory. So mouse button. Use item. Mouse scroll. Shift through inventory. So we gotta be able to scroll through inventory. say to adding an inventory to the player. I have updated the controls for the player with inventory category. Know what to do. Yep, you're right. We never do. With another. Due to adding an inventory to the player, I've updated the controls for the player with an additional inventory category. So there's some things I didn't think about when I was first doing this, when I was thinking about the game. So, I do need to actually go and add some more information to it. What can be carried? Food. Harvested plants. Information. Come on, Riley. Every inventory sought information that will be useful for the developer. We're gonna need actor to spawn hands for Oscar. Mount and hands. But I feel like it all is absolutely unfulfilling. You do stuff cool, and I'm like, oh, snaps. No cursing, remember? I just did stuff, and I still feel like crap it. I like how you don't you like you do you like with crap. You're like crap it, the one that's not really a curse word. You misspell it for humor, but not the shit word. Yeah, that's the aspect of life we live in, man. That's why it's important to remember that we don't get into heaven on our own merit. We get into heaven through the merit of Christ. That's what gives us access to New Jerusalem, to the new world, right? And I'm not talking about the new world that the world makes. I'm talking about the new world that God makes. It's not through our own merit, our own actions. It's through the actions of God and what he did here in the flesh, right? God is a very humble God. I believe it says in Isaiah, or I forget where it says specifically, but it says that God scoured the earth for help but could not find anyone. So he had to extend out his righteous arm to save us, right? And that righteous arm of God was Christ of Nazareth in the flesh, the Word of God, right? The Word of God that John talks about. So current amount, current stack amount. make this an integer, and then we need one. I think this is this here. Tooltip. A struct that helps with containing with struct that helps a slot with a struct that explains what is held in a inventory slot. Save. You uncrucified. Paul, I surely feel like explaining this, but is there any advice aside from religious stuff? No offense to religion. That's why I bring up religion, man. What I'm getting at is you're always going to feel that feeling inside you no matter what you try to do. That feeling does not go away. That feeling is a reminder to keep us humble, right? It's a reminder for us to focus on God and to focus on things that are not of this world, because the things of this world will never grant us the peace that God can grant us through his son Christ of Nazareth. Like I said, I don't mean to make it religious at all, but that's what I found in my life, and that's what a lot of people have found in their life. And people who haven't found it yet, they're still walking through life, walking through muck, trying to figure out how to get the muck off them. And the thing is that you can never get the muck off you. Only Christ can, for his hands are pure. And when the muck touches his hands, they don't greasify it in the slightest, man. He's the only one that can remove it from us. It's not of our own works, right? And the more you try to do it on your own merit, the harder it will become. The more muck you'll find yourself walking in, because that muck builds up over time, brother. It keeps sludging on. It keeps building on. It doesn't go away until you accept Christ of Nazareth, accept his mercy, accept his grace, accept what he did on the cross, accept that he rose 3 days later, right? And then repent of your sins, which is to turn away from your sin, turn away from what you were doing as a human, whether it be lying, cheating, stealing, murdering, whatever it is, man. Acknowledging that sin, recognizing it's a sin, and turning away from it, giving it to God. More mature than to ask it, albeit it's not quite offensive. I understand, my friend, but you're asking me a personal question, and the thing about Christianity and me, man, is that it's not just a religion, it's a way of life. You know what I'm saying? It's a way we carry ourselves. Because at the end of the day, the way we carry ourselves is still through our own merit. So that's why it's tied to religion, or tied to Christ in this sense, right? Because I found that I can't do it on my own. I got to give those things to God. Here, God, take them, have them. I don't need them. So now I just do, and he's the one who magnifies, or he's the one who increases and decreases, right? It's all right. I won't say it. I appreciate you, man. I'm just trying. Like I said, you asked me a question, right? So I'm just answering it to the best of my ability. I say those things because I care, because you ask, you know? Not to infuriate or to minimize what you're going through.
Last night, you spent 2 hours.
Last night you spent this many hours? Are you still watching this video? Yes!
This morning, it'll take you 2 minutes.
Oh no. But yeah, we're right now, guys, if you're just hopping in, I'm working on a game jam. It's about a game where you play as a Cloudkin, who is a person that lives in the sky on a cloud. In this game, you're a manager of this village on a cloud, and as a manager, your objective is to keep the people happy and to keep the cloud from withering away, thus destroying the people that you're trying to manage. So there's two aspects of this game. There's the top-down aspect where you would go and, you know, plant food and harvest it for the little guys, right? Normally that would go away, but I don't have it plugged in at the moment. But there's another aspect to our game, which is the cloud control aspect, where you would take control of the cloud and essentially position yourself in a way that would assist your villagers. For instance, we don't have these systems in right now, but the higher you go, the colder it gets, the more humidity there is, so on and so forth. The lower you go, the hotter it gets. These little things here, which you can't quite pick up yet, I just have them spawned, but these are going to be mystical endorphins that are released from the earth that you grab that will essentially help your villagers to harvest crops to feed themselves. But yeah, right now we're just working on the farming aspect, and if I plug this in really quick, this is one of our plants. It's growing, but once it's grown, I can pick it up, right? We still have a lot to do there. I'm working on an inventory system, so we can actually store that information on the player and allow him to take it wherever he goes. For the purpose of the MVP, there is only going to be 3 slots for the character to cycle through. The character will only be able to carry food. But yeah, if you like the idea of the game, make sure to like, follow, subscribe, hit the notification bell as well. This is a portfolio building game jam that I'm doing with a group of individuals here. We have some very interesting art for the game. Very cute, very homely. Check out the cloud. Very beautiful stuff. But yeah, with that being said, let's hop into the inventory system. We have created a struct for the inventory, essentially a struct that'll assist me as a developer in figuring out what is specifically in a inventory slot. For now, we have a stack amount and an actor. So when the player picks up something, we can essentially add to this, so on and so forth. Honestly, it might be better for me to do this in C++, but for all purposes' sakes, I'm going to do it in BP for you guys to watch. I know there's a lot of people that use BPs. So yeah, that's what we're doing. It's quite funny to me that all my life I've been called gifted, but I feel like I'm just a person who doesn't even know the person asking this very question. The Riot Games just get a selfish ad on my stream. Crazy. I don't even know why that happened. Someone hacked my computer. People need to learn to get a life, man. Go bug someone else, please. I say that with the most respect I can muster. Like, if I was digging in someone else's stuff, they'd be like, you know? In the case that someone is actually hacking my PC. Respectfully, go please find something better to do. Stop bugging me. Let me live in peace. So what's going on in your jam? I mean, I essentially went through everything, but yeah, what's going on in our jam is we're making a game about a village in the clouds, where you manage the village by controlling the cloud and, you know, catering to the villagers within it. But yeah, right now we're working on the inventory system, and I need to figure out a couple of things about the inventory system. I know the inventory system, which we have our slots here, is going to need... It's going to need a variable here, and we're going to call this slot amount because this is how many slots... I hate saying that word. Let's put this in inventory slot information. because it's going to be the mount. The beginning of the play. We're going to essentially create so at the beginning, I know we're going to have to create these slots, right? For the villagers, right? So we're going to say for each loop, or not necessarily for each, we're going to say a for loop here. We're going to put the slot amount here. So essentially when we start the game, it's going to create these information. So for each one, we're going to have a array, or a what is it, struct slot. This is going to be an array. Inventory slots. Right, we're going to get this and we're going to add. So essentially what we're going to do is we're going to superficially create 3 slots right off the bat. Right? So, ooh, this song's gonna be sick. Get inventory item at index. So this is going to take in a input here of index, and we are going to call this, we're going to make this an integer. So the idea is that we're going to return, we're going to get a reference to whatever this is, and we are going to return that. Ooh. We're going to add a return node here, and then we're going to plug this in. And we're going to call this inventory slot. So we can get an inventory item at index. This doesn't need to check. I can actually make this a pure. So when I call it anywhere, like if I go get inventory slot, or inventory item at index, it's going to return this. Or I guess I could like break this down, and instead of making this an inventory slot, I can call this, we can have inventory slot. We can not only get the slot, but we can get specifics of it. Although, you know, does that matter? It doesn't, because whatever we do, like if I go get inventory slotted index, I can always just, you know, break this struct and get the actor there. Current stat. So we can get our current stuff here. Okay, I'm bad. Planting a placing a plot and harvesting. I have the plant growth cycle working, and I am currently working on an inventory system to make it so we can pick up the food. Can I make music for it, or is it the same composer as Judah? How to make a jam. So you go to itch.io, guys. If you're interested in being a part of a game jam, right, which you're gonna... Let me start this off so I'm looking at the camera. Hey guys, if you're interested in joining a game jam, what you're gonna want to do is head on over to itch.io, make yourself an account, and then check out jams. Once you click jams, you will see a list of jams that are free, some not free, I think, I don't know, but you'll see a list of jams that you can join, enter, and possibly make friends, network, yada yada, and make a game. So you got your jam, and then you got your game jams. If you want to join a game jam, make sure to head over to itch.io, make an account, click the jams, and then find a jam that you want to enter into. Once you found one, you click it, and it's as easy as clicking join jam. There is some things tied to these, but I'm sure you can figure that out on your own. Make sure to have fun, meet new people, and do cool
At
things.
Walden University, get the W.
Boink.
Tempo learning, I'm in the driver's seat.
Regardless,
Go slow.
carried
But I
actor.
already know
So
what's happening in my world,
another
since
thing
my
we're
parents
probably going to want to
are
do is add inventory
Walden University.
item, right? Another thing we're going to want to do is remove inventory item, right? We're going to add, remove, so on and so forth. So what we're gonna do for adding an item is we're probably gonna want to have a actor. Honestly, I would like to do a soft object reference, but for all extensive purposes, we'll do this actor. We're gonna have this add, and we're going to So we can't just nilly-willy add, we gotta make sure there's space in here, and honestly, we'll just be successful. Make this a bowl. So what we're gonna do is we're going to for each loop through all these and see if there's space. So boink, and then essentially be like break. And I guess the way we can dictate this is if this is equal to null. So we can say if this is equal to null, if it's equal to null, or we don't want to do anything. I gotta think of a way to do this. This is gonna be a little bit more difficult than I imagined. So we want to make sure that this has space, right? So we need to iterate through each thing and see that, right? If it's null, then we can just add it. So what we need to do is get this item at this point, and we need to split this structure and then set, or I guess, how do we do this? I forget. We can't just add. I guess I can make a inventory slot, or what is it? What do we have? Add unique, append an array to another array, contains item, find item, insert item at the given index into the array. However, I don't know if me inserting, remove item, swap array elements. So these are going to swap it. What if we get a reference and we set this I can't really just set it here. I could in code. I could say this equals this. So essentially, what we're going to do here is we're going to iterate through each loop, and we're going to check if this is null. If it is null, we're going to replace this struct here with this here and set this as successful. If it's false, then we go to the next one and we continue that until it's done. If it gets to this point, right, it means if it completes, it means we were not able to add, which means this would be unsuccessful. Which means I should probably space in inventory. And we should use a bool. previous sender. Apologize. What do you do in a jam? You make in a jam. In a game jam? In a jam, you try to do whatever you can, right? Because you're in a jam. But in a game jam, you make a game. Let's see. Space inventory. We gotta essentially do what we did in the add item inventory here. I'm just gonna copy this for all purpose sake. I don't know what the saying is. Let's actually delete this, move this over here, go like this, do this. We're not going to need anything here because the idea is that we're just going to be sending a signal. We're going to iterate and see if it's null, if it's true. If any of these are true, what we're going to do is say there is space. If there isn't, then we don't. I could take it a step further and give it an index, but the whole point of this is the add inventory system is going to do that anyways. I can even add inventory at index, right? And this could take a index. We're going to use the integer actor, and we're going to use another integer and just be like stack them. Add amount. Actor. Crowd made or what? I don't know what you mean by crowd made. Crowd made would indicate that it's an open source project that anyone has free access to join to. Game jams, like usually people control that. And I don't think they put a cap size or a cap on how many people can be in this game jam. I hope. Let's double check that information and make sure. We got 2 more days left. Yeah, so there's no like, what's it called? It's not open source, no. Are you listening to me? It's not open source. So we're gonna add the amount at the index. So what we're gonna do is get, and then get a reference to this, and then we're gonna, or I guess we can replace, or what was the thing called? Set array element. Set array element. So what we're gonna do is just boinky, split this struct, actor,
Hey Mom, now that I have
add
an after-school
amount,
job,
and then
I think I want to buy a drum kit.
index.
Okay, Rockstar. Let's look at your account. When kids start making money, Chase has easy-to-use tools and expert bankers to help them learn how to manage it.
And next month, I'll buy the bass drum.
Even though we should see
some noise-canceling headphones for you.
if
You've thought of everything. Help kids save,
Oh.
budget, and build financial independence, all with Chase.
that a
That's
bull
good for
here?
kids and good for parents. Visit your local Chase branch and get
B6.
started.
Account subject to approval. JP Morgan
Set.
Chase Bank, NA member FDIC.
Successful. So I guess before we do that, we gotta check get ref and check equal to this branch. So essentially, we just tell the system like, hey, if this is false, or if it's true, if it equals null, then it's true. But if it's false, You know what? And we don't even want an actor. What we want is a class. Class reference. I'm confused, Paul. I feel like you're confused too. I'm trying to be a jerk, but I've been telling you for the last several seconds, last couple of minutes, that's not what it is. I'm like, not open source. I want a director. Okay. Now you're just now you're just messing with me. Now you're just messing with your good old buddy Paul. And this is going to be a class reference. Oh yeah. Equal. So if this equals null, then those are the things. Remove inventory item. So essentially what this is we're going to get an actor class. Actor to remove. And we're going to remove this by an actor. So we're going to get this. We're going to for each loop. This is giving me a brain hemorrhage because like now I gotta think like, oh, we can have more than the one item. I promise you, Paul, I'm actually confused on what a game jam is. That's your fault, buddy. That is not my fault at that point. I've explicitly told you in the most simplest form what a game jam is. A game jam is a period of time in which you try your best to make a game. You try to make a game in a time frame. You can do it with a team. You can do it without a team. If you want to join a game jam, make sure to go to itch.io. Click the jams after you have created an account, and then select one, join it. It's that simple. It's that simple. Make sure to like, follow, and subscribe, Safe. Does that make it easier? Alright, so we need to iterate through we can't just get rid of an actor entirely, right? Like with the inventory system, it's going to be a little bit different in the sense that we can have multiple actors of that actor. So if we want to remove something, we got to remove it by index. So let's say I was to like your peak low key, Paul. Thank you, bro. Yeah, you can. If you want to go in and do that, you can. 100%. You can go to any of these and say, hey, my name's Safe. I make music. Can I compose for your game? Yes. It's that simple. But right now I'm trying to understand how I'm going to remove an item from here, like how I would want to do it. I would simply be like, I would put an actor, go here, delete that actor, right? But I can't do that. So, add index. So instead of having a class, we're going to use an index, and we're just going to not necessarily get rid of it, right? What we're gonna do is we're going to set array element, because we don't want to get rid of this. It's gonna be for our the way I have it right now, we can't just add it anyways. We're not deleting these things and then adding them. We're just checking what's in there and making sure we're doing that. At the beginning, we create how many element slots that there are, and from there, the way we're programming things in BP, we're just looking, we're not adding things into the array. We're checking what's in the array already and then setting those array elements in there into something. Not necessarily get rid of it, sets array element. That's right. Don't judge me. Do not judge me. Create inventory slot amount based on his. Now that I'm more mature, I feel like there's less of an cultural gap between us. An international, intergenerational, international and intergenerational. But make sure when you're saying mature, you say it the mature way, which is mature. Which I hate. I hate that. I don't like when people do that. They're like, it's mature. It's like, who the heck are you, buddy? Doesn't, so now we have a get inventory slot at index. We have an add item that's just like a base. I throw an actor and add him out in here, and it'll go in and see if we have room and add it if we do. I have a remove item inventory item at index. I have a bool to check if we even have space in the inventory. If I have some method of like picking something up from a distance, right? Like we want to make sure we have space in the inventory before we even pick it up, right? Then we have add inventory at index, right? So we can specifically add this inventory at the index. Now it's all about, I believe, now it's all about adding stuff into the inventory. We'll move from there. We'll fix as we go, right? I'm not going to overthink the process. I'm not going to overthink the systems. I'm just going to do. And I'm going to check this just to make sure we don't have anything. I'm still immature. We're always immature. I'm immature. And I'm considered mature. Dude, this song's kind of lit. Like, I like the remake of the song. It's pretty good. Okay, so right now, the reason why we've made the inventory system is because we have this, and excuse all the rough geometry, we have this plant here that's growing, and once it's finished growing, I can harvest it, right? So now, when we harvest it, not only do I want to hide it, which my pooling system does, created by me, I made it in code C++. No big deal. Regardless. Regardless. It gets away, it disappears. But now we're going to want to get into the inventory system of all the things. So what we have to do in order to use inventory system is add the inventory system. Boop. And just like that, we now have an inventory system for the actor. We did this by making a component actor or a component blueprint. So now we have this, and what we can do, since I have a exposed interaction here, I can get the interacting pawn that's interacting with this object. I can cast it to Cloudkin, or not Cloud. I can cast this to Cloudkin, and I can ask it a couple of questions. I can, well, obviously, if this cast works, everything is fine. I can say, hey, do you have this component? By class, right? And we're going to specifically look for the inventory. And before we do anything with this, guys, always remember to check if it's valid, because you could run into some instances where it is not. In the case that it's not valid, we'll print a simple string that just says no inventory system on the character. Boom. No inventory system on the character. But if it is valid, we can start working some magic here. We can reroute this over here so it looks pretty, and we can go ahead and we could do a couple things. First, we're going to want to see is space, or what is it? Space in inventory, right? Honestly, we're not doing anything with this, so let's go ahead and make this pure. Go ahead and save everything. So now we just have this thing that runs when we gather information from it. And I can just run a bool here and say, do we have space in the inventory? If we have space in the inventory, right, we can add, or we cannot add. And I kind of feel like returning an index here too. Empty index. Let's go ahead and open this up. If it's true, we'll add the index. So what we do now is we go ahead and reroute this again so it looks semi-clean, and we say add item, inventory item. I could have sworn I made a add inventory at index, right? Add inventory, not item. Let's just look index. Add inventory at index. Boom. So now we can just get this information that we have here. The only thing that stinks is since this is a pure function, the way this works, guys, is every time we get information from this pure function here, it's going to run the code. So it's going to run the code once here, right? So what I'm actually going to do is I'm going to compress this or collapse it into a function, and we're going to call this function handle plot interaction, right? We're going to go ahead and copy this, delete it, jump into here, paste it again. We're going to need it at some point, right? Regardless, we have our object. I'm going to call this actor because I don't like the name of that. We're going to pull this over a little bit. And at this point, to keep us from running this code again and possibly running into some future scenario where there's something on the ground that you can pick up and you're grabbing this at the same time, and you know, you pick it up in between this state from here, you'll get in trouble. What we're going to do is we're going to promote this to a local variable and call this free space index. I don't know. Probably not the best naming convention, but what it's going to do is allow us to keep everything congested here, although we still will be running this code again. So what I'm going to do is I'm actually just going to go back here and get rid of what I did in the first place. I'm just going to get rid of this because now that I'm thinking about it, there's just so many cans of worms that could come about from doing that. So instead of adding at an index, we're just going to add an item. Inventory item. And what we're going to do for that item is we are going to add in 1 because we're harvesting an object. And I guess if we really wanted to, we could add a stack amount here and expose it. So let's say someone interacts with an object, we can set this in the plant itself. So like, oh, it gives you 2 of these, right? So amount provided. Let's actually go ahead and promote to variable amount given at harvest. And we're going to put this in a category, not life cycle, but plant properties. And we're going to make the class something else here. We are going to be adding a actor class that we can reference. Come on, actor. Come on, class reference. We're going to call this plant actor class. And we're going to add this to plant properties. So let's actually call this plant harvest properties. And we're going to do the same with this plant harvest properties. I believe that'll get rid of the other one. So that way we specifically know when we harvest this thing, this is what we want to provide the player with. Now we're going to go ahead and take this and place it here. So once that occurs, we're going to check for the condition that this was successful, because at this point it still could be unsuccessful. So if it successfully added these things into the inventory, we want to tell the game that that's been done and we want to hide it. If false, we'll just print a string that says item was not successfully added. I could even go a step further and append this with the class or the specific plot name. So, you know, me as a developer could know, okay, it's a specific thing that's having this issue. But for now, we're just going to keep it as is, right? We have and we have to update that add. This is just the base, like starting it off, right? Because if I am thinking correctly, we not only need to, when we're adding an item, we not only need to take into consideration that there's an open space, but we need to take in stack information as well, right? Like there is, if the max amount in an inventory slot that can be held is 3 per se, right? That means we can essentially gather 3 items until that is full. So we'll have to add some logic in for that specific scenario, but for now, let's go ahead and force load this farming plot, force load, and let's go ahead and copy it a couple of times just so we can test the system out so far. As you can see, all of our plots are growing, and they're all interactable, which is weird. That should not be the case. We'll have to figure out what that issue is later, but it's not a concern of mine right now. Since your last reply, hey, darn! What is that website called for jams? It is called itch.io. And let's add that. Let's add that. Let's add that. And let's add that. So they're all being added, which is not a good sign. It means we've done something wrong there. And as a backup, I'm just going to do this on Paint really quick. If you're interested in knowing what that website is where you can join jams at any time, it's called itch. It's called itch.io. And just so you all can see, I'm going to keep it just the size it is because I'm into torture, I guess. There we go. Boom. There we go. Woo! So let me just say that one time for the people that did not hear it safe. I'm going to say it one more time. If you're interested in joining a jam, please make sure to go to itch.io, create an account, and find a jam in the jam category. If you don't know where that is, you go to itch.io, which is this website right here. When you enter it, it's going to look like this. You're going to create an account up here, and then you're going to click jams. Then you're going to look on this little list here, and you're going to go, whoa, what jam do I want to join? You're going to find a jam and be like, okay, I want to join the Pixel Forge jam. You're going to click that, scroll down, read all the things, read all the rules, and then once you've decided that that jam is good for you, you're going to scroll your happy little self all the way up and click the Join Jam button. After that, you will be in the jam and you will have whatever time it takes to complete it. If you're interested in knowing how long you have until the jam is over, you would simply click a jam that is already going on and see that submissions are due in so many days, hours, minutes, and seconds. May that please, for the love of God, be the last time that I have to iterate on itch.io. Love you guys. Make sure to like, follow, subscribe, and hit the notification bell. All right, let's get back to doing what we got to do. Yes, I'm still listening to the music. Crackheads, man. Crackheads! So it works fine with this one, but all the other ones are like, oh, we're seeable. So we're gonna have to fix that. It could be because they're a copy, but I don't know. That's interesting that these aren't doing the thing. Alright, let's delete these really quick, and then we're gonna just, for the memes, reset what that is, and then come over here and realize that, like, whoa. Let's do 0.1. So it's like 10 seconds. And still somehow we're not doing the thing, which is interesting to me. Base farming plot. Uninteracted. I gotta figure out what's going on here. I mean, it works. Oh. Interactive objects. Now we're gonna have a new folder. Pick up. Pick up. Pickups. I guess we already have pickups. I guess not even pickups. Carries. Carries. Or I guess held items. We're going to create a base blueprint for this because it's going to be an actor, and we're going to say BP carried, BP held, and we're going to call it, I don't know, base. We're going to want a static mesh just to represent what this is. How do I join your jam? The jam that I'm in? Well, now that you've created it, you're going to want to go ahead and make your way down until you find the jam that I'm in, which is called the Portfolio Builder jam. If you click the left mouse button, you can scroll and see that the jam I'm in, it started what, on the 10th, I believe, or the 11th? That or it's Gonzo, one of the two. Portfolio Builder jam. This is the one I'm a part of, but it runs weekly. I guess it must have been removed already since it's a weekly thing. Oh, it's right here. Oh no, it's 68. Where is it? Yeah, it's right here. 66. This one. Wanker. Well, what you do is you go in there and then talk to a team and say, hey, I want to do this. All right, static mesh. We're just going to call this mesh. For now, we'll just put a sphere. Sphere, so when we pick this bad boy up, it'll be in our hands. But I bet you it's a lot bigger than it's supposed to be. There we go. Sphere. The sphere. 0.1. We'll make it small. I don't really care about the size, but the whole point is that we can hold this item. But yeah, now item was successfully added. My only issue is it's not freaking hitting. I'm not getting anything, man. I have a remove breakpoint here. I'm trying to move through the break. Oh, you know what it is? It's like, oh, how much you want to bet? Right here. Click play. Bing. I have to set the interactive base farming plot to exactly that. And now we have access to this. So now that we flow through, we'll see that we've added it successfully. And now all was good in the world of Brawly. So let's go ahead and print this a couple more, or copy and paste this a couple more times. Paul Vereen, Pulverine, where is the team? We gotta figure out why this happens. You gotta be a part of the team. You're not a part of the team, Safe. You gotta hit us up before the jam, before. This should be hiding them regardless, but once they hit E, it goes. But yeah, let's. I want to see what happens after. Okay. No, yo, little plants. Oh yeah, we have to give the plant actor something. But for now, we'll just do the held base. I think that might be the issue. Oh, it's because it works. So the inventory has one slot amount. So when I actually go to make this slot amount at the beginning, I actually have to take this and subtract. And then put that here. So if it's 1, it'll be 0, so on and so forth. Or if it's 0, you know, what we're gonna have to do is we're gonna actually have to set this to this to 1 in the case that it equals 0. Equal 0. So if it equals 0, we're gonna go ahead and say if it's true, we're gonna set this to 1. And then come down here. But if it's false, we're just gonna go off the hizzy. Are you sure I can't join? In the future you can. It's just we already have 6 people, man. Right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It's a lot of people. But yeah, that should fix that little issue. Also, let's go back to this little issue where we have multiple farming plot, event graph. That's true. We call this on site to re-register it, but at the same time, we're not checking if we're actually seeing it. So this is not working for us. We have to actually be looking at it. So we'll have to figure out another way to handle this, but for now we're gonna keep it because I need to move forward, right? So right now he only has 1, but we're actually going to give him 3. He's gonna have 3 slots. You know any jam good for me, or do I have to dig myself? I think that's a personal question in the sense that I picked what I picked because it felt like it would benefit me. So it truly was selfish to a degree. So the last one is going to be plot 4, actually. So when I hit this, I don't think this is going to go through. It goes through. So instead of having this here, I'm actually going to go into the inventory itself and let's see how many it makes at the beginning. Begin play. One, 2, 3, 4. Could have sworn I've subtracted 0. There we go. Now that should fix that issue. That was a little minor issue. Hey, it's Chase Lee up in a B. What you doing, brother? We're doing BP stuff today, man. To be respectful of you. And just like we expect the chat, it does not pick up. So I'm in a game jam right now, Chase Lee, doing a game jam thing with the team. We're working on a game about catering to a village in the clouds, right? You play as a cloudkin who manages a village. This village is located in the clouds. There's 2 aspects to the game. There's this top-down aspect where you go around and you feed the villagers and etc. And then you have the cloud control aspect, which switches a controller to a cloud that you can control and move around the map and adjust yourself to satisfy your villagers' needs and to grab these mystical endorphins that are released from the earth. You just finished work, brother? What did you still working at that joint? Don't want to say it out loud because I know that's personal. I'm an amateur musician and I want to work with people who don't need good stuff. That's the perfect place to do it, dude. You just got to be open to critique. Maybe I should make an amateur jam. I'm gonna have to write that down. But how are you doing today, Chase? Okay, so now the inventory system is working as intended, but now we also, as I mentioned, guys, is we have to figure out, right? Right now we are adding things by checking if a space is null, but we're not looking to see, right, if about the current stack amount. So when we go to add an inventory item, we need to do a couple of things. if it doesn't equal null and it's false, we need to do another branch here and check to see the current stack amount of this guy, right? So we need to make a variable here called max stack amount. And essentially what this variable is going to be control of is to make sure that we don't go over that amount, right? Like we'll only be able to pick up one item. Paul, I can't join now. I'm doing great, man. I'm blessed as ever. I got to go hang out with some people at church. It was nice. Yeah, well, you just make an account, man, and join one. Don't be too ashamed. Like, you gotta, you know, as long as you have access to digitize your work, that's really what you gotta be worried about is, hey, can I give this work that I have to people, which usually involves a computer of some degree. You really can't join? Why? Oh, it's probably too late. You're probably gonna have to wait until the 20th. Hey, what's good, coward? Nothing much, man. Just working in UE5 on a game jam. In case you didn't hear, essentially a game jam is about a game where you manage a village in the sky, not only as a cloudkin, but as a cloud itself. You do this by controlling the cloud. So you have the top-down menu, and don't worry about this stuff. I'm working on harvesting food right now for the people, but you have this menu where you can pick up the food, or the perspective where you can manage the village on a micro scale, and then you have the environmental aspect of the village, which is the cloud control. When you enter cloud control, switches views, and you go from controlling people on the ground to floating in the sky. In this, you're going to be able to position yourself to give people the perfect amount of this is dependent on height and etc. So you go around, you pick up these magical endorphins that are released from the earth, and that'll essentially give you things to help out your village. But in this area, you can essentially change your height to change like the temperature and etc. So if I'm up high, it'll be cold. If I'm down low, it'll be warm. Eventually we can tie in some other terrain aspects into the game, but that's a very not very well explained gist of the project. Fluidity. My laptop has crap battery and I crash constantly. Can't handle even one tab of Google. Is it a good idea to prepare or buy new? Well, it depends on what you have. What's your computer? And can't you just leave your computer plugged in? Because if so, you might want to just repair. If you have a computer and the battery's bad, just repair. Yeah, Fluidity looks like a puzzle game. May I suggest Raylib if you can't even handle a Google tab? Yeah, he could use Raylib if you wanted to. Regardless, we're going to hop back into what we're trying to achieve. Right now, we're going to be looking at making sure that we expand this search check here in the inventory, because we have to consider stacks for items, right? So an inventory can have, let's say, like 5 stacks. right? We can make this 5. And the idea is we would essentially say if this is greater or equal to this, right? Or I guess, yeah. If it's less than, let's just say if it's less than. So if we are less than the max stack amount, right, then we can add this as well. So this wouldn't even be on true. Wait. So if this is null, working at the same spot, that's cool, man. At least you're making the money, sonny. Right now I'm doing like contractor work, kind of. I haven't worked at my past job for a couple of weeks now, and I don't think they're going to bring me back in tomorrow. I haven't got much conversation from my boss, so we'll see what happens. They might just use me when they need me, and I'll just leave it at that. It is kind of a puzzle game, but there's diversity to it. There's a part where you play as a cloud, and it has interesting controls. That's pretty cool, actually. But yeah, with that being said, what's your favorite part about that game, Absolute Coward? Or Coward? 2010s or late 2000s? Well, yeah, I need to know what you have in your laptop. Is it a gaming laptop? Is it a non-gaming laptop? Because if it's not a gaming laptop, the idea is that you want to have a laptop you can make games with. Okay, so we check if this is null. If it's true, then we automatically just throw this in here. But the thing is that we want to iterate through each thing and make sure that before we do this, we have to amplify this entire process, guys, because we're not really taking into consideration all the cases that we could have. So what we're gonna have to do is, if this is null, this is a suitable, potentially suitable, right? So I guess we need to make a, let's make a local variable called, essentially this, struct inventory slot. And we are going to make this array as well. By the way, I just wanted to say I appreciate you guys so much for being here and hanging out with me and always just being such lovely people. It's gaming, yes, it's NVIDIA. Then I would just replace the battery. I would replace the battery, especially if you have like a 1060 or something like that. I would replace the battery, and while that might not give you the most or the maximum amount of choices that you could have in regards to what type of game you're making, you can definitely do sprites or something like a 2D based game, right? And repairing would be worth it, I think, because gaming, I mean, just look online. Let's look at like iBuyPower, for instance. I know some people will say, oh, go make one. Can't really do that with laptops, but let's see. Let's see, like the average between 50 to 200 bucks. So you got to really weigh it, but you know, you have something right here that has a 4050 in it. for only $100 or $1,000. And you could pay with Affirm and pay like monthly payments on it. Not a half bad idea. Personally, this is what I would go with. That's just me, because then that would give you a lot more accessibility. But in your case, I would go, you know, I always suggest a desktop just because there's more there's more circulation. Oh, crash is not from battery. You just can't handle anything. Yeah, then I'd replace it at that point. Because you're gonna have to pay money for like someone to troubleshoot it and to figure out what's exactly wrong with it. What you working on? I'm working on a game jam at the moment. It's about a game about a village in a sky or in a cloud that you take care of. I've thought of doing a 3D version of Fluidity for a little game or maybe some jam just because it looks fun to program. Yeah, I mean, this kind of just came to us because the theme for this was in the clouds. So I wanted to state a theme, and we've kind of done that. I did that primarily because I wanted to, I don't know, I wanted to create a game. Originally, I didn't want to have the top-down aspect. I just wanted to be fully like the cloud, just moving around and grabbing things for the city on its back. That would have been like way easier to do too, but it is what it is. People really wanted to have a character they control. So I'm just trying to be a team player this time around. There is no computer incapable of game devin. Yeah, you should actually ask Coward. He knows all the ins and outs of stuff like that. He's like, where there's a will, there's a way. You can make a pixel run up the wall of another pixel, and that's your game. Could be fun. You're gonna go with the repair? Yeah, I mean, whatever will save you less money, but you're still gonna have to pay money for like somebody to troubleshoot that thing. But yeah, we're gonna have to get this here and suitable storages, or I guess we could call this empty storages, and then we'll have another one. And we'll call this non-empty. That doesn't make sense. Stack availability. So essentially what we'll do, if this equals null, we'll say, well, we'll add this. I believe garbage collection handles these in this case. There's no computer incapable of game devin. Game devin. See how I say it like you say it? Because I know you so well. I know you so well! I know you! Sorry, I just badged out right there. It happens every once in a while. My Tourette's kicks in. But I don't have like the cursing Tourette's. I have the make funny noise or scream loud Tourette's. It's a little awkward. It's a little awkward when you're next to someone you don't know. They usually look at you like you're some crazy beast. But if this is less than the max stack amount, then we want to add it to this. But not only that, but we want to say and here. We want to say equal to this actor class, right? This is getting a little funky right now, boys. This is getting funky. This is getting funky. This is getting real funky. We want to say this and this. We want to do this. We want to check for this and this. Right? Because if that's true... So now the logic is we iterate through each inventory slot. Okay? We see if it equals null. Right? If there's nothing in it. If it does, we add it to an empty storage, right? We have this here in the case. There's no other availability elsewhere. And we could just grab that empty storage, put it in there, right? Although, I feel like we can't use this in specific. Because there's no way to reference back to this slot. So now with that being said, with that logic being acknowledged, we're going to have to do another thing here. Go into data, go into the inventory data, and we're going to have to make another struct. Another struct. But actually, wait. Nope, we don't need another struct. What we need is a integer, because this is instead, what this is going to do, instead of holding the array element, this is going to hold the index. This is going to hold our indexes. That's way better. That is way better. Thank you, Heavenly Father, for the hookup. Add. It took like 3 months to find one where I live, but I finally found a Bible at HPB yesterday. Really? NIV, New International Version. There's the, I think there's a Living Tree. Which is a Hebrew, which is essentially Hebrew people made a translation. What year is it? 1970? When Muslim people tell you it's got different variations. That's true though, because there's the Catholic variation and then there's the Protestant variation. But there's a difference between a variation and a translation. Because one word in a word in one language can mean multiple words in another. Okay, so let's go over this logic a little bit more now. So we're going to iterate through each inventory item. We're going to see if the item is null. If it is, we're going to capture that index of that specific slot here in the empty storage. If it's false, it's going to go into this subcategory where we're going to check if... we're going to be checking if the current item slot actor is equal to the actor we're trying to add into the inventory slot. So it makes sense that we want to put these together. With that being said, we check. I'll probably check for that first, actually, and then check this. So if it equals this, and we have room in it for another item, we're going to add it to the stack availability index array. I like your outfit today. Thank you, man. It's literally what I wore yesterday and for the last couple of days, but with this. Imagine I'm just like wearing a burlap sack in my own way. Like purposely dressed bad because like I don't deserve anything. I'd wear a burlap sack out in public, but people would probably arrest me. The Southern planters removed like half of scripture to create slave Bibles, and somehow the slaves still knew what the good news was, and they still knew their situation was wrong. Because it's the Holy Spirit. It's the Holy Spirit that leads you and me. But yeah, if that supposedly is the case, we're going to want to make sure that we add this index here. I could even, just to make it a little bit more legible for people, I could go ahead and promote this to a current index in array. And make this little variable here that we could then use later on to make things look a little bit cleaner. Now we don't have that line bouncing around everywhere. But yeah. So we're gonna want to make this later on, but we can essentially do that here too by going actor. If this actor equals this actor, so now that we've done this, if that's false, then we don't do anything. So now that that's completed, we're going to want to do another for each loop. But we're going to want to go through, I believe, the stack availability here. If getting torn apart and deliberately modified scripture was good enough, then I'm sure people like us can handle a couple words not being identical. Ironically, the Bible itself warns against speculating in vain and splitting hairs over tiny details. The one that comes to my mind is how many wise men saw baby Jesus. That's true. That's how I feel about it too. That's why they have the Apostles' Creed, right? By the way, guys, if you haven't already, please hook up a brother with a like. I'm working hard here on this game jam. Hold control when putting a variable down. Forget and hold alt for set. I never knew that, and I love that. I really love that. That's actually awesome. Regardless, let's now iterate through the stack availability that we have here, guys. And what we're going to be doing is we're going to be cross-referencing it with this, because now we're looping through this, and we need to get a reference to the inventory slot at this specific index, and we need to ask a couple of questions. Before we add this, we want to make sure that the incoming amount isn't greater than the amount here, right? So what we're going to have to do is split the struct here. B plus right click. Or you mean left click for the branch? Paul Vereen, I've been thinking and I'm in a jam, hopefully. Yeah, man, next time I do a jam, you can join in. But honestly, I've just been kind of doing it with randos just because I'm trying to practice working in a team setting, and I feel like that's better acquired when I'm working with people I really don't necessarily know. Right? That's like the big thing for me doing this. Learning how to build relations with people, and positive ones, right? That involves me having to come here and do this. Secondly, anyway, so when we loop the body, we want to see if the current stack amount plus the incoming add amount. So we want to get the add amount, and we can collapse these things into functions later to figure out to make it more readable. But what we want to do is we want to check if the added amount of this, or this plus this, is going to be greater than this. And if that's true, little B and left click there for the branch. If that's going to be true, then what we need to do is not do anything. we get the Raleigh Jam before. Actually, funny enough, I'm working on the Judah Jam here, but I don't have any art. I'd like to have a cover image as well as the content. It'll be like a month-long jam, so people have time to get into it and do something with it. But it will be, the time I'm looking for is the 11th to the 7th, right? With a voting period as well. So that month, there's like 4 days where people can vote on the winning game. Although, yeah, it is what it is. I imagine you get a better formalization. Yeah. So the array element, we need to check if the adding amount plus the stack amount is greater than this. I don't want to even think. I don't want to think about adding partially amount of the parts of that amount into there and then doing that. I don't want to even think about that. You know, like dispersion. I don't want to think about dispersion. I don't want to think about it. Brain hurt, shaky, scary. Don't want to think. And congratulations for being in the jam. Safe. I can make art. I'm an artist. I'm not an artist. I'm surprised Safe doesn't get along with Chase Lee more. They kind of got like similar humor. Chase Lee don't even be like, how dare. I know how you get when you get all like excited and stuff. You're all excited. Your jokes end, dude. Whatever this instrument is, it sounds like a fart. Grand Poubelle. So, in this situation that we're in, guys, now that we've checked to see if it's false, we just add it. Hold up, I got someone knocking. BRB. Alright. You're a big quiet. I wanna like turn it up, but I don't want to take it off like the condenser setting. So let me go and check out the filter. Turn the filter up a little bit. How's that, guys? Is that better? Or is that too much? I'm trying to not get rid of the condenser setting on this microphone. So if like I turn it up, it switches it from a condenser to a dynamic microphone, and the dynamic microphone catches all those. Like if I go like this, let's see. Catches it less, but it's still there. But that don't matter. I get surprised at your demographics every time. My demographic, like of people that join the Discord. Muslims that follow me around. I'm surprised about it too. I'm like, why does that even happen? I'm usually wondering why that happens too. But yeah, we need to go ahead and But yeah, if that's true, what we do in this case, right, is we make a struct inventory slot struct. and we get our actor. I'm really sad because this inventory system is going to take a decent amount of time. You must have the Persian glow or something. I don't know. That, or, you know, the Lord sees me fit to minister to them. It could be one or the other. No. All right, so now what we need to do is take this and then just do this, even though it's kind of wonky. Honestly, to kind of make this a little cleaner, we could do this, but it's kind of like, oh, we're already doing that here. We might as well do this there. But if it's false, look at this. Look at that. God dang. You must have that Persian. Am I still quiet, Chase? Do I need to turn it up more? Trying to not get it in the peak. Hey! Hey! Yeah, see, I'm not trying to get it to peak up. But yeah, we do false. If it's false, it does nothing. And then we would obviously return here and say, like, yeah, we've successfully added this. On completion, though, like if those stacks weren't did right, we're going to do another for each loop. For each loop here. And we're going to have to do like some type of dispersion later, even though I really don't want to, but it is what it is. But for the sake of all things good for the game jam, now we got to do this. Sorry, there's a lot of logic to break down here. It's very simple logic, but if you don't think something through and read this, it'll be a little hiccup, and it's just more like iteration hell. But yeah, let's go ahead and get the inventory slots again. This one I think is going to be a little bit easier to do because we don't have to worry about like adding anything. We just take the array element, right? Or not the array element, but the index here. Sorry. The array element, because that's the specific index. And what we're going to do, sorry, actually, is we're going to, not for each, we're going to set array element. And we're going to do this here. And we're going to be using this. And we're also going to be using the add amount here. And then just placing that in here. And once we've done that, we're going to say we've successfully done this. If it iterates through all these and that doesn't happen, then it was unsuccessful. So let's just kind of go over what we've done here. We first sort our inventory into like empty storage and into like, or into essentially empty slots, and then slots that have stack availability. From there, we iterate through the stack ability, because obviously we want to add to those before we add to anything else, or create, or essentially make a new empty slot, you know, dedicated to that item for the moment. If that doesn't work, then we put it into its own slot. And if that doesn't work, then we were unsuccessful in adding that item to the array, and therefore there was no place to put this. Now we check the space in inventory. Honestly, essentially this is going to be the add inventory item, but like up to here. Honestly, this doesn't work for us. I'll have to figure out how to repurpose this. You were in a trial? Yeah, your mic is perfect. Woohoo! Is it a trial about me? You're like, this is the guy I hate. Look at him. He's streaming right now. Turn up your mic, Paul. I can barely hear you. I want them to hear you. Okay. Freaking Chase Lee's got the best images of me. No one else does that, right? Capture me at my worst moments. Freeze frame. All right, so let's go back to picking this up. We're just, instead of asking if we have space, we're just gonna add it. We're just gonna add it and go from there. We're just gonna add it and go from there. So let's set our little plantalones. We add. Oh no. Oh no. We add. Add. And this is gonna add too. Awesome. So let's check. Let's check weird scenarios here. Let's check weird scenarios here, guys. Let's, for instance, on the Cloudkin. I hate how it, like, actually inventory slots. It makes them, like... I guess we have to do that. By default, you can see them, even though they're set to private. Let's set the max stack amount to 1. Right? Or, yeah, let's set it to 1 for first, because that means it would fill in 1 slot, and we won't be able to add the last one on the far left. You must have that per... Oh, I keep reading it. Coward, can you write another message in the chat so I can read something else you said? I keep going to that one. So this one, if things work out smooth, shouldn't add, and it does. Praise the Lord. All right, let's go to another scenario where we have 2 here. And we're going to duplicate these again. And essentially, we should be able to add all these, right? Because we have 6, we have 3 slots. So that would mean that we can add all these. With that being said, let's start adding. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. They've all added. Now, if we add a, let's say a third one here, right, guys? A third one. This one shouldn't add. And then once we've done this, we can focus on making the UI. So if we go E, add. This one shouldn't add. And it did not. Praise the Lord. Okay, guys. I think that, like, fixes things for now. So... Updations for the inventory system. I'm moving forward with displaying it and manipulating it via player input. Manipulating. I can just imagine like Coward just being like, can a brother just chill and not send a message? Like thinking when I asked him to send another message. I can just imagine him saying that. Can I just chill? Can a homie just chill and not do that? And then if I was right about saying that, he's just thinking facts. Let's go ahead. And so we bounce down to over here, and we'll place this over here. So this is going to take a lot longer because we have this plant life set to 1 minute. So that's another good thing about this system is it can have a diverse, multiple different types of plants that take a while to occur. So let's go ahead, save that. We're actually going to submit this content for like, we're gonna push this stuff, right? Save selected. And farming logic. So let's go ahead to GitHub now. I guess it won't let me do this in regards to that. Interactor update. Plugin updates. So one thing I'm kind of proud of myself for is actually making a lot of these plugins, like the loot system and the pooling system. I'm actually using these in the game. I'm using the pooling and loot system for this cloud control thing. Right? Like all of these pickups you see. I'm proud of you, Relly. You're doing great. Thank you, man. I'm proud of you too. Ditto. But yeah, in a second here, when you see all these pickups, all of these are essentially being spawned in randomly using that loot table plugin I made the other day during stream, as well as the pooling system. So implementing those quick was super vital. 200,000 units are ready with 1 million more well on the way. That reminds me of Boba Fett. Boba. Whenever people talk about Boba Fett or like boba, the drink, they're like, you like boba? And I'm like, Boba Fett? It gets them every time. Boba Fett? I never stray away from that when they bring up boba. Okay, cool. So we have those things done. In a bit, I'm going to have to end stream, though, because I do have to go pick up children. My child. And my niece. I have to do father and uncle things. And I have a birthday to celebrate later today. But yeah, so now that we have that done, we need to, obviously, somewhere on the map, indicate to the player that we have
with sunshine and a certain je ne sais quoi.
these
the French
things.
Riviera is calling. Protect your European
So
citizenship
now
with
I need
Travel
to
Insurance to help you answer travel challenges with a nonchalant
just
c'est
go
la vie.
like this, and we're gonna make some. Oh, so I'm gonna have to make a HUD and everything, man. I'm gonna have to make a HUD, which I'm not too fond of. I'm not a big fan of widget work. So, with that being said, I'm gonna actually go into the Cloudkin and start working on like the inputs. Nothing's necessarily wrong with them. I've never been a UI guy. IA under we're just gonna call this scroll. I think that might be the one. We'll have to figure this out in a second. So let's go ahead. Every stream you make me feel more motivated to work on my game and succeed. Thank you for that. Yeah, it's no problem, man. If that's the case, I'll make sure to stream more. I love that I'm providing that for someone else. You know, even if I'm not successful myself in game development, you know, if I can encourage other people to pursue their dreams and etc., that's all I could ask for, right? Let's get rid of these because we don't need these anymore. And then put this back, I suppose, and then do that. Put these over here. We need to enhance. I'm doing everything from like just testing this out subtly. So what I need to do now that I have that is I need to read a value from that, and not necessarily a value, I guess. I do need to figure out like what, I know it's a float, right? I didn't attach it, did I? Right now we're just getting 0. I need to find a way to get like it is a 1 access, but what on here? Negate, response curve, scale by delta, smooth. It would be scale, wouldn't it? Bye-bye. Time for me to go to bed. Have a good night, Raleigh and chat. Good night, buddy. Good night. It makes it hard to proceed with the next. If it's a bool. Maybe I need to do like mouse wheel up. And then mouse wheel access down. And then do some type of modifiers here, like scalar, and then what is this, swizzle? That's interesting. That's interesting. It's just returning 0 for me. That or I'm using the wrong one, one of the two. Action value, input action, the input action that caused this event to fire. Yeah, so this is going to be a float regardless, so that's definitely what it is, and it's not working the way it's intended to. This works well anyways. I gotta go do my thing, guys. Anyways, I'm bouncing for the day. Thank you all for tuning in, chilling with me. I want to end this out on the prayer. Dear Heavenly Father, thank you for so much for giving me the ability to work on games and to stream for the people that are in here. I want to thank you for everyone that came in here, and I want to just pray, Lord, that we're able to convene and to do this more as time progresses, where I can give you glory, Heavenly Father, and hopefully encourage others who are coming in here feeling lost or lonely to come to you, Heavenly Father. I just pray that whoever comes in here, God, that they grow closer to you every day. And other than that, I ask that you bless those that are less fortunate than us, God, and that you help them. Anyways, thank you so much for hearing me out, Heavenly Father. In the name and blood of your Son, Christ of Nazareth, amen. Alright guys, I'm bouncing for the day. Make sure to like, follow, subscribe for more game development content. If you haven't already, click the notification bell as well. And as usual, it's your boy Raleigh, dipping out. I'll catch you next time here at the channel. God bless.